balance. And we do encourage each country to look at the electorate in terms of the balance and also mirror it in terms of women's representation and including encouraging youth to participate in politics. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and let me thank our guests on behalf of you. Thank you very much for this very interesting topic and presentation. Thank you. Thank you, dear guests, and now to the lunch break. Thank you very much. Reminder that we will have an hour for the lunch break, and we will be back on 3 exactly. Thank you very much.
First of all, I would like to thank the Pan-African Parliament. I would like to thank also the chair of the women parliamentarians and also the Bureau of Women, of the vice presidents, all the women vice presidents, and to thank for all the women who are here for this conference of women. But before we start this particular theme, I would like to thank all the women who have all come through this chamber to talk to us since this morning. I would like to start by myself. I would like to start by the chair of the Gender Committee, Madam Gabala. And what I would like to say is Madam Gabala is my trainer. She's the one who has actually given me the courage to enter politics. And today I'm very proud. I'm very proud because the Bureau of Amina is very, very lucky. We, the vice presidents, are extremely lucky. We are so lucky to have somebody like Madame Gabala. She has done many, many conferences all over Africa. In West Africa, she's a woman leader. She has been chair of the Football Federation of my country. She's the one who has framed men. She has trained men. She has given us the courage to fight. She is today the chair of the Gender Committee. Madam Chair, congratulations. Because it's true that we've just been elected, but we have a wonderful bureau. Thank you very, very much. Congratulations, Madam Amina. Thank you very much for all the work done. Now we have here, we're going to start the session. We're going to talk about women and youth inclusion in governance during and post COVID-19. Before I call the experts to come to my side, I would like to remind you that I am from West Africa, Côte d'Ivoire, and my country managed COVID-19 very well. There were countries which had 200 cases, 50 cases, 100 cases. We had 2 cases, 3 cases, COVID cases. Even myself, I had COVID at least 3 times. While others had 100 cases, 60 cases, we had 30, we had 5 cases, so we really managed COVID-19 very well. And our President, His Excellency Ouattara, really did an extremely good job, and we managed very well. We managed all our companies as well. And what we did was we helped women. And I hope that it's been the same experience everywhere else, Central Africa, East Africa, South Africa. That is a little bit what I wanted to say. I would now like to give the floor to Ms. I don't want to get the name wrong, so Ms. Wamweni Samundengu, who is the Project Officer for Women, Gender and Youth Directorate, African Union Commission. Then I would like to give the floor to Caroline Gonze, who is the Senior Manager, Education Plus Initiative, Secretariat UNAIDS. And then I would like to give the floor to Ms. Maureen Shonge, Regional Policy Specialist, Women's Political Participation, Eastern and Southern Africa Region, and UN Women.
Nous allons tout de suite commencer avec...
We are going to start immediately. We're going to start with Ms. Wamweni Samundengu.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on existing protocols. As our chair has said, my name is Wamweni Samundengu. I am with the African Union Women, Gender and Youth Directorate. So over the last 2 days, we have deliberated thoroughly on the importance of women's empowerment, equality and equity, with Dr. Tapiwa asking us a very important question yesterday, saying that between equality and equity, which one comes first? To sum up our deliberations thus far, one word comes to mind, and that word is access. What do I mean by access? I'm talking about the actual delivery, the means by which we intend to approach women and youth with our brilliant interventions and initiatives that we have all spoken about and presented on. Clear and deliberate actions that will bring these initiatives out of the Pan-African Parliament from the high-level panel panel discussions, the policy and planning documents, and into the communities, to the people who we are talking about, the women and the youth. Today I'm here to discuss women and youth inclusion in governance post-COVID-19. So what are the efforts that the African Union is making to contribute positively towards women empowerment during and post-COVID-19 and to scale COVID-19 vaccination for African women and youth? To answer this, and in the interest of time, I will briefly highlight two of the African Union's Women, Gender and Youth Directorate's COVID-19 responses for young women and youth. One of the accelerated approaches and initiatives to empower women and youth post-COVID, WIFE, which was already introduced to us yesterday by my colleague, Ms. Sandisile Madonsela. WIFE, the African Union Women and Youth Financial and Economic Inclusion Initiative, is a public-private women and youth partnership that seeks to scale up women and youth financial and economic inclusion. But in addition to that, we also have the African Union COVID-19 Vaccination Bingwa Initiative. The Bingwa Initiative is a public-private youth initiative co-led by the African Union Women, Gender and Youth Directorate and the Africa CDC. The Bingwa Initiative was motivated by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, who called for more innovative ways to scale up vaccinations across the continent. The initiative was launched in April 2022 by His Excellency Musa Faki, the chairperson of the African Union, and endorsed by His Excellency Kaguta Museveni, President of Uganda, who is also the first president to have pledged as a Bingwa amplifier during the 3rd APRM Symposium, which took place in July in Uganda. So what does Bingwa mean? Bingwa is a Swahili word that means champion. A Bingwa is a health champion who advocates for access to health and COVID-19 vaccination. A Bingwa is someone who is deliberate about mobilizing their friends, their families, and communities to vaccinate against COVID-19 and pushes the health agenda. A Bingwa amplifier is any partner who is willing to provide a platform and means of delivery to communities and to making the Bingwa initiative accessible. According to 2022 statistics provided by the Africa CDC, a rough estimate of about 22.1% of the African population is partially vaccinated, and only 19.2% is fully vaccinated. With youths constituting for over 65% of the continent's population, their mobilization, meaningful engagement have the potential to be game-changing in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. As champions for COVID-19 vaccination, Bingwas undertake the following tasks. They are active vaccine community advocates, they coordinate information, education, and communication materials, they disseminate COVID-19 information through different innovative channels, and they are part of the continental network of Bingwas. One of the key strategies for success of the initiative is leveraging the power of storytelling to counter misinformation and influence positive mindset and attitude change towards COVID-19 vaccination. So what have we done so far? We have partnered with several partners such as UNICEF, GIZ, One Health Africa, Trace Foundation, civil societies, youth organizations, and many more. After the launch of the Bingwa Initiative in April 2022, we took the initiative to the 3rd APRM Symposium in Uganda, where over 500 youth from around the continent pledged to be Bingwas and joined the Bingwa community. We delivered training sessions to youth focused on core facts about COVID-19, countering misinformation, and effective community mobilization for COVID-19 vaccination. In August of this year, we took the Bingwa Initiative to Nigeria, where we had a press briefing with local artists, influencers, and religious leaders who spoke on the importance of COVID-19 vaccination. This month, during the 3rd Pan-African Youth Forum in Addis Ababa, we introduced and lit the Bingwa torch in Ethiopia, bringing together over 150 youth from across the continent who joined the Bingwa community and had more than 1,000 youth participating online. We had a panel discussion with artists and influencers who spoke of their personal realities on COVID-19, how it affected them, and the need for everyone to be vaccinated. The goal is to get about 70% of the population vaccinated by the end of 2022. If we are to achieve this, ownership and partnership with member states is extremely important. A simple example of this is the case of Uganda, where we had His Excellency President Museveni pledging as a Bingwa amplifier. I would like to urge more countries to do the same. Whilst we do have a list of countries as part of our rollout plan, I would like to encourage all of us to make use of this initiative. As it relates to COVID-19 vaccination and youth engagement, we, the African Union Women, Gender and Youth Directorate, are more than happy to work with you in your country activities. Yesterday, we spoke of the need for implementation, moving from the discussion rooms to the communities. All of us sitting in this room are the accountability mechanisms that we have also importantly spoken about. We are the ones who will carry the initiatives out of this room and into our communities. As my honorable minister from Zambia alluded to in the second session of our deliberations, we have been ideating and formulating and having these talks for a very long time. At the next PAP conference on women's rights, we want to move from paper to action, from recommendations to measurable results. It will be good that we take stock to ensure that the international and continental commitments that have been made, as well as the various initiatives presented in this room over the past 2 days, have been met with concrete action. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Ms. Caroline Gonze, Senior Manager for Education Plus Initiative, Secretariat UNAIDS. You have the floor.
I'd like to continue standing on the existing protocol while acknowledging Honorable Amina Yaya, the chairperson of the PAP Women Caucus, and all the bureau members, and all the honorable members joining us today. My name is Caroline Gonze. As you've heard, I work from the UNAIDS Secretariat, working on an initiative that's bringing many UN agencies together. UNAIDS, UNICEF, UNESCO, UNFPA, UN Women, working together with governments, with members of parliament, with grassroots, with the youth networks, to bring together change within the continent. I'd like to start my reflections with some of the personal stories we have heard from some of the young people we have been interacting with. I'll give the example of a young lady called Dikarabo. Now, Dikarabo was telling us her personal story. 16 years of age, got pregnant, unfortunately. Got pregnant at 16 years of age. She was in a relationship with a much older man, meaning there were unequal power dynamics. There was no opportunity for her to negotiate the relationship. She got pregnant, she gave birth, she acquired HIV, she dropped out of school for a short time. Luckily for her, she was sent back to school, she completed her education. She was lucky. Thousands of girls across the continent don't get a second chance. They're not able to go back to complete their education, to be able to actually build the pipeline we are talking about, women in governance. Because the pipeline, the talent pipeline is on education, getting them through the system to enable them have the agency to take part in decision making. So that's just one of thousands of stories across the continent. And as I begin, I would like to give you just a few statistics for you to have an idea of what we are talking about. I'm talking about statistics on HIV infections during this COVID-19 pandemic period and what these statistics are telling us. So, what we know so far is very clear. Every week, 4,900 adolescent girls and young women aged 15 to 24 years were newly infected with HIV in sub-Saharan Africa in the year 2021, during this COVID period. So you see there were colliding pandemics, the COVID and the HIV, augmenting and building on each other and interacting with each other. Now that translates to every 3 minutes, an adolescent girl or young woman in sub-Saharan Africa acquired HIV in 2021. We have been here for 6 hours since the morning. So right now today, from the morning 9 o'clock until 3 o'clock when we've come back, 120 adolescent girls and young women in sub-Saharan Africa have acquired HIV. Well, we are sitting here and discussing. The statistics are very alarming because this is completely preventable. It is preventable because we know 7 out of 10 young women in sub-Saharan Africa do not have adequate information on how to protect themselves from HIV. They don't have adequate information, and that's why we are seeing these alarming statistics. And we know across the continent, they are more than twice as likely as their male peers, meaning the same age group, at a minimum, twice as likely to be infected with HIV. In different countries, the number goes all the way to 9 times as likely. So you see there is an issue, there is a gender dynamic to the infection that was brought about with the COVID-19 pandemic. We also know that even before COVID-19, 34 million girls in Africa were not even in secondary school. They dropped out during COVID. Many are not going back yet to school. And so this is really a dire situation. But you know what? We know the power of education. We have a lot of studies, researches that have been carried out showing us that the longer you keep a girl in secondary school, the lower her risk of HIV infection. So the moment you keep a girl in school to complete secondary education, studies are showing us that the risk of infection reduces by up to 50%, just keeping them in school. And then when you layer that with all the other, support systems, socioeconomic, that reduction of risk goes all the way up to 74%. And so we see why girls completing secondary education is actually a critical component of fighting the HIV pandemic, of getting girls into governance system, that even as we recover from COVID-19, we do have adolescent girls, young women making decisions in decision-making areas. Now, this Education Plus initiative is positioning secondary education not only as a right, but also as a pathway to protect adolescent girls and young women from HIV, amongst many socioeconomic benefits. And we know this is very essential within this context of COVID-19 recovery and why that is needed. So this initiative was launched last year in 2021 in response to this data. It was launched during the Generation Equality Forum by the 5 heads of agencies. We're talking about women in governance. All the 5 executive directors of those UN agencies are actually women. They came together and said, we cannot do this individually. We have to come together in solidarity and do something that will complement each other. And that's how this initiative came to play. Now, what we know is that this initiative is actually working with and complementing very many African Union frameworks, right from Africa Union Agenda 2063, with the goal of ensuring engaged and empowered youth accessing opportunities for education, for health, for jobs, and also linking very closely with the AU Continental Education Strategy for Africa, CESA 2016 to 2025, the Maputo Protocol that we've been talking about throughout these 2 days, the AU strategy on the demographic dividend, we know that, and also the AU Declaration on Transforming Education that was issued just this September in New York, amongst very many other regional level networks at SADC level, at ESA ministerial level, going down upcoming West and Central Africa ministerial level. So we see that this is what is happening. Now, the Education Plus initiative is looking at 5 key components. The first being completion of secondary education for all adolescent girls and young women, because we have seen they complete education, their risk reduces. Then we are layering that also with access to comprehensive sexuality education, layering that with access to sexual and reproductive health services and rights, layering that with ensuring violence-free school environments and the community. So eliminating gender-based violence, whether it's in the school, in the community, online violence, getting rid of that. And also very importantly, what has been discussed throughout the morning, ensuring successful school-to-work transitions, meaning they have economic empowerment, meaning they're able to get into employment, get into jobs, be able to sustain themselves so that they do not have to get into survival, transactional sexual relationships that increase their risk of HIV and AIDS. Now, this initiative is looking at supporting high-level political leadership to strengthen enabling policy and legal environments, and then secondly, to increase public investments and resource mobilization to roll out that universal access to secondary education, because we know of the benefits. Now, this initiative, as I've mentioned, is being implemented through several pillars that are working very well together. The very first one is high-level policy advocacy at the very highest levels, from heads of states, ministers, parliamentarians, because you are the decision makers who provide the oversight in parliament for policies, for budgets, and all those issues. We're also looking at strategic partnerships and outreach. All the networks, whether it's youth networks, feminist networks, academia, we know research institutions, we know traditional leaderships and religious leaders who have a lot of gatekeeping roles within their communities. So bringing together a movement to push for the key ask of ensuring girls stay in school and their risk of infection is reduced so that they have access to decision making in different fora. So then we do have young women's leadership and actually working with young women to determine what the initiative will look like, what the accountability framework is, and to hold everybody to account and say, you promised to do this, you have not done that. What are you doing to do this? So young women actually taking a leadership role. Then we have a lot of research data to build the investment case, meaning to show governments and ministers of finance very critically who are dealing with budgets. What is the cost of investing? What is the return on investment? And also, what is the cost of inaction? For them to weigh and see, this is hitting our budgets. We invest in this, this is the return. We don't do this, this is a cost. These are the consequences. So working to build the investment case and also do community mobilization. And just to give you very briefly, I'm cognizant of the time, a few high-level milestones so far, and to see how we can engage as we move forward. So one of the key milestones is that currently we have 12 countries that have committed at the highest level, heads of state level, to implement the initiative, and we also are hearing signals from other countries to come on board. So far, the commitment has been made at the highest level, politically, heads of state or prime ministerial level, in Benin, in Cameroon, in Eswatini, in Gabon, in the Gambia, in Lesotho, in Malawi, Senegal, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Uganda, and Zambia. And we do know many more are wanting to come on board. So I was mentioning those names so that you are aware in the countries that you represent who is doing this and how we can help make the linkage together. As I wind up some of the high-level milestones, is that there was a continental launch at the AU level during the Africa Union Media Coordination Meeting in Lusaka, Zambia in July, this July. The launch was presided over by the current chair of the AU, His Excellency, the President of Senegal, flanked by the President of Zambia as the host, and several other presidents alongside the chairperson of the Africa Union Commission, Honorable Moussa Faki, and many other decision makers from across the continent. At the regional level, there has been the East and Southern Africa Ministerial Commitment on education and health for the well-being of adolescents and young people, and the ministers were cognizant that education, including girls' completion of secondary education, is a powerful strategy to prevent HIV infections, and also committed to connect health, education, social systems, and support mechanisms, and position schools as an entry point for providing this service, so that when the pipeline of the girls go through secondary education, they're able to get into positions of power. And also within secondary education, they wield power within the student councils, they have responsibility and agency, and they continue building that as they transition out of it. I will not go through a lot of the presentations because of time, but I will just say that there have been policy shifts happening already from the data that was coming in from analysis for the Education Plus initiative. And we are very happy that many of your countries here are already moving the needle in terms of preventing the risk. We do know that the LANA Pregnancy Prevention Management Policy in South Africa was launched early this year to really prevent and respond to and provide support to it. Cameroon followed very closely with a policy memo on that. Uganda did that as well, and we know that Lesotho is coming up with a policy like that as well. In terms of school retention, Lesotho is working on keeping girls in school to see that they complete the whole cycle. In terms of integrating the objectives into education sector strategic plans, we have countries like Sierra Leone, like Zambia, already doing that kind of work to make sure that the objectives are within government policy structures and that they are able to reflect that. And so as I wind up, because of time, one key ask from this esteemed sitting of honorable members of parliament is to see how we can work together to support identification of entry points at the Pan-African Parliament, building on the existing frameworks to accelerate implementation of the joint objectives of the Africa Union, of the Pan-African Parliament, and many other continental, national, and REC level normative frameworks, and just see how we can work together, because those numbers are alarming like we have seen. Also to ask the honorable members to support the championing of awareness campaigns, support establishment of legal and policy frameworks to make this gender transformative change to education, because that is what is going to count. So that we move from gender sensitive to gender responsive and then hit the milestone of gender transformative. So that we are not only sensitive, but we are responding and transforming the lives of these adolescent girls and young women to create the leaders who will be decision makers as they transition out of school. The third key ask is support with identification of policy and strategic level opportunities to engage, to see how we can support parliamentarians to engage on the issues and how they can really roll these out within the countries. And finally, to collaborate, to influence and get buy-in from other relevant interparliamentary groups within the continent. I really thank you for your attention.
Merci, Madame.
I thank you, Madam Caroline Gonzi, for this presentation. And before giving the floor to the next expert, I'm a little bit concerned because when we had COVID-19 in 2020, we forgot AIDS because COVID-19 has come very quickly, and I know that here in South Africa it was very serious, and the whole South Africa was embarrassed. So I think, of course, although the AIDS cases have dropped, but you're still fighting it, and we will take note and will help you fight against AIDS. Thank you for your presentation. Having said that, I give the floor to Madame Maureen Shongi, who is a Regional Policy Specialist, Women's Political Participation, Eastern and Southern Africa region. Madame, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do have a presentation, hope we can project it. But I would like to say, to stand on previous salutations and say all protocol observed, and really thank my colleague Carol for covering the work of the UN so comprehensively and extensively. And so I'll take just a slightly different take and look at women's leadership in the COVID-19 response as part of really looking at what has been happening and what has been done so far. I just wanted to emphasize that women have been at the center of the COVID-19 recovery efforts. However, we are seeing that their representation and participation in the health or economic security or social protection still is not where we would like to see it. And that is despite the fact that, as Carol and other speakers before me have said, is that COVID-19 exacerbated for women and girls some of the already challenging issues that we were seeing before in terms of poverty, access to markets, etc. So what we are saying is that women must be involved in the COVID-19 specialized groups or task forces, as well as the legislative, policy, and budgetary decision-making processes. Even if this means that we need to put quotas or special measures to guarantee their participation. And so we are saying that women's organizations should be and are already at the front line of response in communities, and so they need to continue to be supported. Globally, we are seeing that nearly 70% of frontline health and social workers are women, which puts them at greater risk. Women showed that the lion's share of unpaid health work, equating to 2.35% of the global GDP. So we are seeing that there is change, there is good effort, but it is not enough to address the pandemic. Therefore, we need women's leadership, which is key. I just have at the bottom of my slide a headline that was in CNN last year, which indicated that women leaders are doing a disproportionately great job at handling the pandemic. So why aren't there more of them? So this was a question that if women are doing well to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, why are we not seeing more of them? But I would like now to turn your attention to a COVID-19 gender policy tracker that has been developed by UN Women and UNDP that was showing us some figures in terms of what is prevailing at the ground. It indicates that 24% of members of task forces globally are women, 19% of leaders of task forces are women, 5% are women or men co-chaired, and 84% of task forces are majority men, and 4% have parity. But just to comment South Africa, because it's among some of the countries that had the highest representation of women in COVID-19 task forces at 40% at the time of this study. When we look globally, we are seeing that women are doing a great job, but just 24.7% of the world's health ministers are women. That's a very small percentage. But we are seeing that the statistics are saying that they are capable and they can do the job well, so we need to have more of them. Women are making up only 20% of the WHO Emergency Committee on COVID-19, and for every 3 men quoted in media coverage in terms of the COVID-19 reportage, only 1 woman is quoted. So we need more voices of women to articulate how women are being affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. I wanted to highlight this, and I think we may smile at this, but it is actually true. Research has shown us that women outperform men actually on emotional intelligence. They are more empathetic, they are more considerate. So research is telling us that women are better responders, and that the qualities that they have may be valued higher in times of crisis. And also these are all arguments for your involvement and for your inclusion in the COVID response fight. Looking at other global statistics, that's in terms of COVID-19 and the global violence against women and girls measures that we have seen globally, we see that 136 countries have adopted measures to strengthen services for women survivors of violence. And so these are efforts to address violence against women, which increased during the COVID-19 pandemic. 52 countries have integrated violence against women and girls measures as essential in COVID-19 response plans, and I think these might have increased by now. This was at the time of the study. And 40 countries had measures to collect, analyze, and use data on violence against women in the context of COVID-19. So this shows that there have been some good efforts. Now turning to you, ladies and gentlemen, I want to highlight the role of the legislative bodies in the COVID-19 response and say that legislative bodies do have a responsibility to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, ensuring that that it is also gender sensitive. So some of the ways that you can do this are by firstly, cultivating a gender-sensitive environment during the crisis, working with partners that are working in this area to do this. You can prioritize women's involvement in the response and adopt gender mainstreaming procedures, including in your own parliamentary procedures. You can look at tasking and resourcing, and this is specifically looking at legislative bodies with responsibility for coordinating the COVID-19 response. So do they have the adequate finances that they need to carry out the work? You can also encourage the use of gender analysis across all policy areas and eliminate gender workplace discrimination, including within Parliament itself and parliamentary bodies. You can even go a step further and amend the standing orders to make sure that we do this better. Additionally, some of the other measures that you can put in place to have a gender-sensitive response is looking at monitoring and evaluation in terms of the gender sensitivity of the crisis response. A lot is happening, but is it gender sensitive? You can also look at the business disruption model. This is preparing for the future by including addressing inclusive access for parliamentarians who need it. So this is quite key as well. So we prepare for the future by developing a business disruption plan. You look at the climate shifting priorities and ensure that the mental health of members of parliament that are also working on these good laws, collaborating with others and pushing that their mental health is well looked after. This is key. And some of the, as I'm going towards the end, the role of the legislative bodies in COVID also is that you can look at other important aspects of the work that you are already doing, which is looking at the scrutiny of laws, the representation role, acting as role models in terms of the COVID-19 response is something that you can do, but also parliamentary diplomacy, speaking to other parliamentarians around the globe in other jurisdictions. How have they tackled the COVID-19 response? Are there best practices that you can learn from? So that is key. And then looking at the election context in terms of COVID-19, we have seen that the COVID-19 measures have also really influenced how women have taken part in elections, because most of the campaigns have now gone online. Most of the critical conversations are happening online, but we do know that there are some challenges and there are some disparities in terms of access to social media, access to mobile phones within the continent, etc. And this impacts on women's political participation. There have also been some changes as well in existing electoral procedures and regulations, so we urge you to look at that as well, so that we create opportunities for women's political participation by ensuring that the legislative framework creates a conducive environment as opposed to more restrictive measures that hinder women's participation. So we do want women to participate both online and offline. And lastly, just some lessons that we have seen through a UN Women and UNDP study on the COVID-19 response are 4 key areas that you can look at in terms of response. 1, support feminist movements and women's rights organizations, because they are on the ground, they are working, and they need your support to continue this critical work. And then we need to expand women's representation and leadership, because as I've said, globally, we saw that having increased numbers of women in leadership was yielding good results, and those that were already in leadership did extremely well. We need to invest to increase resilience. We should not only respond when a crisis is here, but we should prepare in advance, so that when a crisis does come, the systems are in place, the social protection measures are in place, the infrastructure is in place, and then this is key. And lastly, harnessing digital technologies for gender equality. As we are seeing now, technology is not going backwards, it is going forward, and so we need to move with the times, even in terms of the COVID-19 response. I thank you.
Merci. Je pense que
Thank you. I think that we should give a round of applause to the 3 presenters who have just made their presentations. Now we're going to give the floor to all the participants. We have a young lady here, who is part of the Mali civil society, who is present here. We're going to give her the floor, Madame Traoré Fatouma Mbarka. You have the floor, madam. Is she in the hall? Yes, she is here. You have the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chairperson of this session, dear organizers of the 13th conference, dear members of the Pan-African Parliament, good afternoon. I must first of all thank the organizers of the 13th conference, and particularly for the invitation which was addressed to me. This is a golden occasion which is offered to me to speak about women in Mali, the civil society and the girls of my country. Mali, just like other African countries, is facing enormous difficulties related to the development of human capital, particularly women. and especially when you look at COVID-19 and its impact on the Mali population, and particularly the entrepreneur women like me. The basic law of my country, the Constitution of 1992, guarantees the same rights for all the citizens without any discrimination, and proclaims in its preamble the defense of women's and children's rights, and also cultural diversity and linguistic diversity of the national community. After about 3 decades of democracy, the rights of women in Mali are jeopardized. So I have decided to create, together with my friends in Mali, an association with a non-profit association in order to help widows, women, and the populations of the north. The association is called ASIA, that is, Women of Here and Elsewhere, created in 2019. For us, in fact, we aim to provide help to women and protect them and defend their rights, and also promote the empowerment of women and strengthen the leadership of women, and also make women's voice heard at the international and national level, and also mitigate the suffering of women, and particularly in conflict zones. As an entrepreneur, as a chairperson of an association, the civil society of Mali, we have been able to help during the COVID-19 period more than 1,830 women who have benefited from training and also develop their business activity generating income. We have also provided legal assistance to 500 women in the situation of distress. And in addition to be a leader woman in my country, Mali, through my economic activities, I have created factories during the COVID-19 period. These factories, and we are building up these factories, and also an agri-food factory in order to help these women process our products and also place them on the market, which provides also products that are needed by the population. In terms of jobs, I employ more than 100 women directly and about 20 indirectly. My personal ambitions as a Malian citizen or woman is to guarantee networking of African women, promote women leadership in Mali, and also fund projects and guarantee to women microcredits and the financing of companies, and also innovating projects and ideas. To conclude, I would like to add my voice to all those speakers who have taken the floor in order to plead to advocate for the cause of women, rights of marginalized women and oppressed women everywhere in Africa, and particularly in Mali, and also advocate for the assistance of Malian women who have suffered from 2012 to 2022. I would like to call on the Pan-African Parliament to pay a particular attention to women in Mali. I will stand with you in order that we could have a positive impact on the life of millions of Malians through training programs and also income-generating activities, and also upgrading activities, multiform assistance, and to strengthen the women's leadership. I would suggest that we organize, if possible, very soon in Bamako, a civil forum for the women of the Sahel, In Mali, we are a little bit excluded from what is taking place in the rest of the world. And we, women of Mali, are forgotten because many programs are suspended. A lot of aid is suspended. And because of the situation that we are going through in Mali. I do really make a plea to the Pan-African Parliament to think of us. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Traoré du Mali.
Thank you, Mrs. Traoré. I'm your neighbor. I'm from Côte d'Ivoire. I can say that the main victims of crisis across the African continent are women and children, unfortunately. However, I think that the cry for help that we've heard from our colleague from Mali is going to help us to move minds, and I support her, and I support her actions. Now let me recognize Honorable Ali Idris from Chad.
For giving me the floor. Thank you to our experts for their clear presentation, and they are helpful for us. Since yesterday, we really talk. We had good speech, and we get more knowledge in terms of women's rights. However, the time is to act in order to impact our continent. Any one of us is going to leave earlier or later her position of power. So we will leave behind us concrete action with durable result in lifetime impact. We have accumulated a lot of information in 2 days, and I wonder how we are going to put all that information into durable action. Let us use our power in Parliament to give positive change in favor of women in Africa who are still suffering from rape, injustice, and other violent action lead to death that we have no answer to. Thank you.
نقطة نظام.
Merci, Madame Ali du Tchad.
Thank you, Mrs. Ali from Chad. Madam Chairperson.
منذ الجلسة الصباحية هناك خروج وإعادة.
We have noticed that we've been digressing quite a bit. Sometimes we stick to the list, sometimes we don't. So we want to call upon delegates to tell us, or rather, I'm addressing myself to the chairperson, how are you selecting the people you're giving the floor to? Since this morning, we have not been able to understand where we're going. Sometimes members of the panel don't take the floor, some they do, and sometimes they don't. The chairperson is going to answer.
النائبة البرلمانية من دولة الصحراء الكبرى. طبعا احنا وصلنا العديد من الطلبات أو
I thank the MP from Sahara, and on any subject we give the floor to 6 speakers only. And if you ask to take the floor, then you will have the possibility of being part of the next list, and you will be entitled to take the floor. Thank you. This is just an internal organization in order to give the opportunity to all the participants in order for them to take the floor and share their opinions on the various topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the clarification. Let me now recognize a lady, a member of the Senate of Côte d'Ivoire, Mrs. Mariam Daougala. At the very beginning, I said that It is true that we belong to political parties. When we got in, our role was to mobilize people, to organize meetings. We put chairs together, we distribute drinks, but she's trained a lot of women in West Africa, even elsewhere. She's the one who trained me, actually. She's the one who taught me how to stand before men and say, I can do likewise. And I think we need to give her a hand. Today, she is the chairperson of the Gender Committee at the Pan-African Parliament. I'm truly proud because she's brought a lot to bear. You have the floor, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you for your kind words. Let me say from word go that I apologize if I speak for longer than 3 minutes because I want to address 3 items. I'm going to make proposals so that we see how best we can integrate it to the report. The discussion as far as the COVID-19 is concerned, the discussion in the European Parliament is growing and it's asking questions about the impact of vaccines in the presence of COVID-19 and how it is in a position to help those who have been vaccinated to overcome this disease. The manufacturers have actually recognized before and admitted before the European Parliament that they were not tested, and therefore we were not quite sure whether they do actually work. And today I want to know what the position of African scientists is and what is the position taken by African parliamentarians, because today some of the parliamentarians actually have been asking questions to the European Parliament. Madam Chairperson, I want to take this opportunity to reiterate my pleasure of taking part in this meeting and knowing fully well that we can achieve more. We spoke about laws, and the Pan-African Parliament is going to add to that activity, because laws do exist, but we have to ask ourselves questions. Are they effective? Secondly, I think we spoke about capacity building of leadership among women. I do state that capacity is indeed abundant because they went to the same schools as men. So the question that comes to mind, since I work in civil society, do we still talk about capacity building? Because it is the only line that is embraced by donor agencies. They speak about capacity building because they say it's a need. So the question really is of importance to us. Women do have capacities, and these capacities, I think we need to bring them to the fore, and we have to raise the same questions. And the question that remains in our minds has found no answer. So we need to continue discussing it so that we see which way to go, whether we need to work as we've always worked or we need to adopt new ways of doing business, because laws are there, programs are there. In 2022, there are more women in decision-making institutions as was the case 10 years ago. But I think we have to bear in mind that the road is long. And my answer at first is that we have to ask ourselves questions, because as women we take decisions, as MPs we take decisions. Why is it so? I know that women who have positions of responsibility hesitate to affirm themselves and also to allow fellow women in lower echelons of power to be assertive. So what we need to do is to make women's voices heard, because when we ask them to speak, they remain silent. Don't we have to start from ourselves so that we can put the message across that we are there, so that political parties understand that we're there, so that other women can emerge. We spoke about women in green economy. I can say that today people are committing themselves. But the first challenge is to have a business model that allows women to earn an income, and then fiscus, and then funding. We know that capacities are there, but we know what is missing. So why aren't we acting? That's why, Madam Chairperson, I wanted to make the following proposals. First, that we encourage fellow women to come out of the daily activities so that they find new avenues to continue making progress. Because if you continue doing the same thing, well, in 2,000 years we'll still be there, same spot. So women in the position that we are, that we become resolutely committed to promoting fellow women in our political parties and in our countries. It is our duty, because if we don't do it, nobody's going to do it for us. So let's have the courage to do it. Thirdly, we need to be mentors for young girls. How many of us have got young girls around us that we're mentoring? Well, sometimes we just look at them. We look at them fighting on a daily basis, but we're not actually giving them the guidance that they require because we are scared. I think time has come that we stop being scared and we use the tools at hand to support fellow women. My fourth proposal is that we open a fund designed to support women politically, because we know that what is lacking is resources for them to be able to fund their campaigns. So let's have that fund to support women, not to give them money so that they can buy votes, but they can have the best communication tools possible to help them in their campaigns. We know that the donor agencies are not going to support us financially. So if we need to act, I think this is what we ought to do. And I wanted to suggest to the Pan-African Parliament, with the permission of the audience, that we salute the young artist who made an exposition today, and that we propose to the Pan-African Parliament to buy at least one item from this young girl, because through her work has actually exposed the pains that women go through. So this is, I think, the work of this young girl. Madam, the speaker has left her microphone, so interpreters can't hear her.
Merci, Madame Mariam.
Thank you, Mrs. Dao Gabala, Chairperson of the Gender Committee at the Pan-African Parliament. Let me recognize Madam Sanya Ahmed Na from the Sahrawi Republic.
شكرا السيدة الرئيسة. ما أريد أن أقوله هو على
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. What I want to say is that we have consensus. True enough, progress has been made, and that is palpable in terms of integrating women, and there has been progress too in terms of representativity of women in the various decision-making bodies, but we need to have clarity about what it is to legislate and what it is to put those legislations into action. So on the ground, it is important that we also understand the difference between the presence of women in decision-making bodies and as representative of the women gender, and that compared to those who are leaders, and to compare that with the implementation of programs and the need for us to legislate further so that women have additional access to positions of power, and to also support women at the grassroots level. So this representation of women for these ladies who are leaders and who are contributors to development, and that we understand it in line with their responsibility and the requirement for us to support them so they can change the working conditions, the living conditions of fellow women, and that we avoid that women be added to these exercises only to grow numbers, so that we have not only 4%, not only 20%, but they be given the right to defend the rights of fellow women, and they be able to make progress in these areas. Now, with regard to this very important aspect, I think today it is extremely important that we underline the sensitization of women so that they be able to take aboard their responsibilities, and they become the spokespersons of the various activities that are being carried out for and on behalf of women. And this, I'm sure, is going to help us develop leadership, an efficient leadership, a leadership that is forward-looking. I believe that the issue of quota is important, but I'm not in agreement with those who spoke about it this morning, because quotas are a requirement, and these quotas should be enshrined in law, because it is the only way for society to help women and to ensure that they truly participate in the various activities. And quotas, for some people, they think it's just something that maybe undervalues the role of women. I don't believe so. And I think it is an opportunity, and the only way that we can help young women to get to positions of decision-making, and so that they do not be dragged down by the lack of resources, and they be in a position to overcome all these challenges. Quotas indeed need to be maintained and designed to help women, so that this then can give them an additional push for them to brought their contribution to bear. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you, Mrs. Sania Ahmed. Without further ado, let me recognize Jira Operman. Sorry if I don't pronounce your name properly, my colleague from South Africa.
I'm Gisela Opperman. I am from the South African Parliament. Despite significant progress in formulating legislation, the South African government has lacked in its transformational agenda for women, and therefore we have not yet reached our desired level. I can say the inclusion of women in governance has vastly improved. If you take into account, in our very first parliament, it only consisted of 27% of women, but today in this sixth parliament, we stand at 49% of female representation. I myself, I became an MP at the age of 38, but I can proudly boast that currently South Africa have 20-year-olds that are holding office.
Yes.
I want to speak on the topic of COVID-19. And COVID-19 came and highlighted the deeply rooted existing inequalities in our society. It robbed millions of their jobs, of their livelihoods, and their income. And during this time, gender-based violence and femicide have tripled in South Africa during the hard lockdown we had. Every 3 hours in South Africa, a woman is murdered. The president calls it the second pandemic. We have therefore adopted the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and this was conceptualized by government and civil society to combat this scourge. We also implemented the Victim Empowerment Project, or the program, to support victims of gender-based violence, and adopted the National Gender Policy Framework for implementation. We have increased our child support grant only weeks ago and then stated a child caregiver top-up grant to support mostly women fostering orphaned and vulnerable children. Teenage pregnancy are skyrocketing in South Africa, and it is alarming that girls between the ages of 10 and 14 had 4,053 births just last year. This means that statutory rape are increasing. The Education Department has thus launched its policy on the prevention and management of learner pregnancy in school. It is thus now mandatory in South Africa to report any learner pregnancies in school to the police department. The cost of living is very high in South Africa currently, and we are experiencing food insecurity and high food prices. 81% of households are skipping one meal a day, so we have a hunger crisis at hand. We have therefore extended our social relief of distress grant to everybody without an income. I am thus advocating for gender-responsive budgets and domestic sustainable financing. We need enabling policy environments and gender-sensitive laws. Let us advance women's political participation through gender-sensitive parliaments, and let us please leave no woman behind.
Merci. Je vais demander aux
Thank you very much. Let me ask experts to take the floor for 2 minutes each, because we're running out of time. Mrs. Mawini or Wawini?
Ici, beaucoup de contributions, il n'y a pas vraiment de questions.
It is Mrs. Wamweni, rather. Sorry about that.
I would just like to appreciate my sister from Mali for the work that she's doing in empowering young women by providing job opportunities. I think that this is actually one of the very meaningful and practical ways to engage and include women and youth and give them the autonomy and the confidence to be able to participate in matters of governance. I think that where there are low economic opportunities, women and youth fall victim to manipulation, are easy targets for exploitation. I think that there are so many other similar activities and initiatives that women and youth all over the world, all over the continent could benefit from, just like the SASA initiative that we have just heard of from South Africa. And I think that it's important that we continue to support such initiatives and see how they can be domesticated at the national levels and replicated for more impact. With regards to the question about vaccines and their safety, I know that to ensure widespread access to COVID-19 vaccines across Africa, the African Union launched the African Vaccine Acquisition Trust, AVAT, and that the trust aims to secure vaccine doses. And whilst monitoring of the effects of the vaccine are ongoing, I know that those doses acquired by the African Union have been certified by the Africa CDC to be safe for use thus far. I think those are my contributions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleague. Let me give the floor to Mrs. Caroline Ngoze.
And really also want to congratulate and reiterate the examples we have had today. And my one ask is to just reiterate what the data and the science is telling us, that education has a protective benefit in reducing HIV infection. And when girls complete secondary education, their infection rates go down lower. And we do want them to go down lower because it is these girls who will come through the pipeline to become the decision makers. It is them who will come to become the honorable members of parliament like yourself, to make the decisions that will transform others' lives. And so as we start from the bottom, the pipeline, keeping girls in school, will empower them, will give them the agency, and will be the pipeline to actually écheminer la leader de demain. C'est-à-dire ça. Donc,
So to support tomorrow's leaders.
empowerment starts with giving them agency and starts with them staying in school and completing education. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, Mrs. Caroline Ngozi. Let me recognize Mrs. Maureen Shonge.
Mine is just to acknowledge what has been said by previous speakers and just add on that we need to build on the good progress, really acknowledging what South Africa has shared, that is the way to go. We need to continue on an upward trajectory, build on the good practices, and to continue to improve as we respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. And the use of art, which has been highlighted for us, that we need to also consider other methods of communicating and raising awareness. So really appreciative of the utilization of art that has been on display today. I thank you.
Merci, Mesdames les.
Thank you, honorable experts. Before giving the floor to the chairperson of the Women Caucus at PAP, let me say thank you for the quality of your presentations. But a question still trots in my mind. It's been 30 years now that we've been taking part in politics in our respective countries across the continent. We meet, but each time we come up with resolutions. Now, when we leave, are we going to put our minds to task so that we work some more? Because when we finish these meetings, we just take the documents, put them in a drawer, and forget about them. I hope that this time around we're going to implement everything that we've agreed upon here, all the decisions. So this is what I wanted to share with you as my last word, and thank you very much for the quality of your presentation. Madam President, you have the chair now. Thank you.
مساء الخير. مساء الخير.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank all my brothers and sisters who are participating in this meeting, and I would like to thank them for their patience. The programs have been multiple, and they have been very long. We haven't had enough time. I think that many people wanted, in fact, to take the floor. We know that you are all very interested in questions that are related to women and youth, particularly where promotion and empowerment of African women is concerned. This is a concern. It's a concern that we all share, all of us as members of parliament and as women members of parliament. It is a great concern for civil society too. We are now going to the penultimate part of our program, which is a plea for universal ratification, domestication, and implementation of the Maputo Protocol on women's rights in Africa. We are, of course, talking here about the Maputo Protocol, as I said. We would like to give the floor, first of all, to Dr. Tapiwa Uchizi Nyasulu, Ray Yamamu, Head of Women and Gender Policy and Development, Women, Gender and Youth Directorate, African Union Commission. My dearest sister, you have the floor. Then we, as still part of this panel, we would like to give the floor to Dr. Mohamed Jalal Eddin Benabdoun, who is the focal person for State Reporting Procedure of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. He's going to give us an update and contributions from PAP members of Parliament, national parliaments and regional parliaments. I have the pleasure and the great honor of saying that the Women's Caucus has met here at the Parliament for its 13th conference on human rights after, of course, a break because of COVID. And also because there were administrative issues. So we have enormous pleasure in finding ourselves together again and to be able to take part in a very fruitful dialogue on all these questions related to the universal ratification, domestication, and implementation of the Maputo Protocol on women's rights in Africa. This protocol was adopted by the General Assembly of the Heads of State, or the Conference of Heads of State of the African Union, and it was during the session of the Ordinary Summit, which was in Mozambique, in Maputo, the 11th of July, 2003. Since its adoption up to now, which is almost 20 years, and unfortunately we still do not have the necessary number of ratification signatures to be able to apply the protocol. So we, as women, our main role should be to ratify this protocol and to make sure that this protocol is ratified by all the member states of the African Union. This protocol includes 22 articles. There are many, many issues, many questions which are related to the empowerment of women, to the promotion of women. And first of all, what we need to do is to put an end to discrimination against women. And we would like, in fact, to highlight the right to dignity, peace and security of women. And also we would like to put an end to early marriage and to help in matters of divorce. All this to be able to arrive at an equal justice. And we would also to highlight the rights of women to participate in active politics and also all the inclusion in any decision-making bodies. We will talk a little bit more about all this, but we were going to give the floor first of all to our experts. So Dr. Tapiwa Uchiziniasulu, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Amina Yaya, for giving me once again the opportunity to talk about Maputo Protocol. Let me just mention that I will highlight 10-point agenda. I would say 10 reasons as to why we need to ratify Maputo Protocol. However, let me re-emphasize a little bit of the context that we are discussing here. As mentioned by our President, Honorable Amina here, is that indeed the protocol was adopted on 11th July 2003, which is comprehensively provides for the rights of women and girls in Africa. So far, as I mentioned yesterday, we do have about 43 countries that have ratified the protocol, the latest being Sahrawi. 12 countries are yet to ratify, 3 of which, Botswana, Egypt, and Morocco, have not signed. Burundi, Central African Republic, Chad, Eritrea, Madagascar, Niger, Somalia, South Sudan, and Sudan have signed but not yet ratified. In April 2017, His Excellency Professor Alpha Conde, the former President of the Republic of Guinea, in his capacity as the Chairperson of the African Union, appointed His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, as the first African Union leader on gender and development in Africa, to provide leadership and political support to the chairpersons of the AU and African Union Commission to deliver on their mandates to accelerate gender equality and women's empowerment in Africa. In line with this new appointment, His Excellency President Nana launched the Gender and Development Initiative for Africa, GADIA, which seeks to promote women's economic empowerment and political participation. This initiative is consistent with the rights recognized and guaranteed under the Maputo Protocol. That is to promote the ratification of the Maputo Protocol by the member states that are yet to ratify. His Excellency Nana convened a high-level consultation meeting in January 2018 on the margins of the 30th AU Summit. The President then called for the universal ratification of the Maputo Protocol in line with the obligations under the Africa Women's Decade 2010 to 2020, and encouraged his colleagues to accelerate implementation of the commitments under the protocol by countries that have ratified it. The African Union Commission, in collaboration with key civil society organizations across the continent, the UN agencies, partners, we've planned and continue to plan and conducted and continue to conduct in-country advocacy missions to member states that are yet to ratify the Maputo Protocol as part of the broader campaign towards universal ratification by 2020. Of course, we've passed that. We're in 2022. That universal ratification hasn't happened yet. As I speak, this week my colleagues are in Morocco, where they are conducting in-country advocacy mission. We've done in Madagascar, we've done in Sudan, we did in Sahrawi, hence we had the instruments deposited to the Commission recently. Allow me just to highlight some of the profiles, country profiles, and that will give you an example of what's going on in terms of what are some of the challenges or the gaps that exist within it. And for this purpose of the presentation, I'm only just going to highlight 3 member states. Not that, well, they're the worst, but just to give you an example of what's going on, but we do have all the country profiles of the remaining 12. I'll start with Botswana. Botswana, of course, has ratified CEDAW, which is a good starting point. In that regard, a key advocacy point for us could be to underline the similarities between CEDAW and Maputo Protocol, while highlighting that the latter is more contextualized to Africa and has more benefits for women in Botswana. And an additional advocacy point here could be the fact that Botswana has ratified some international treaties with reservations. Although reservations are not encouraged, it is, however, advisable to ratify with reservations rather than not to ratify at all. For Burundi, the country signed the Maputo Protocol on 3rd December 2003. However, to date, it has not ratified it. It has ratified CEDAW, though. In Burundi, the persistence of violations of women's human rights is encouraged by the maintenance of discriminatory legislation. For instance, the customary law is recognized by law and has harmful repercussions for women's rights, notably in the area of succession, marriage regimes, and gifts. A draft family code guaranteeing equality on these matters has been pending since 2008. It recognizes, while we're recognizing the country's concerns with respect to Article 14, that is on reproductive health rights, and 21, which is on inheritance, and advocate for ratification with reservations against 2 articles. Last but not least, as I said, it's just for the purpose of understanding what are some of the issues that are happening in country. Egypt has neither signed nor ratified the Maputo Protocol. It, however, ratified CEDAW on 18 September 1981. Egypt had also reserved Articles 18.3 of the Charter on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, stating that it would implement the article in accordance with Islamic law, although the Constitution is vague on how Islamic law would be implemented. The Egyptian Constitution, amended in 2014, provides for equality of men and women, but the constitutional provisions are largely inadequate for the promotion and protection of women's rights. With that, just trying to give you what's happening and how we could also try to come in terms of advocating for either the signing and the ratification of the protocol itself. I will come to the 10 reasons that I mentioned as to why member states ought to ratify the Maputo Protocol. First, as I mentioned, when it was ratified in July 2003, the African Union heads of state and government adopted this protocol. It signified it as their collective commitments to uphold the human rights of African women and girls. The protocol sets the minimum standards that member states have to adhere in the promotion and protection of the rights of women. Secondly, AU member states are under an obligation to adhere to AU Assembly decisions as they come along. Third, in October 2010, at the launch of the African Women's Decade, the AU member states made commitments to ratify all key human rights instruments of the AU, including universal ratification and domestication of the Maputo Protocol. Fourth, the Maputo Protocol enhances the legal protection of women and girls, especially where national laws are weak or lacking in safeguarding the promotion, protection, realization of the rights of women and girls. Fifth, the protocol provides a comprehensive normative framework that states can adopt to domesticate and actualize the provisions of the protocol within national laws and policies. Six, it is only through ratification that the Maputo Protocol becomes binding on member states, hence solidifying the commitment of member states to the rights of women and girls, and thereby adhering to the AU Assembly decision. It's very paramount. Seventh, ratification enhances a state's legitimacy and credibility on its commitments to the human rights of women and girls and the rule of law in general. Eighth, ratification gives certainty to the obligations of member states. Hence, implementation is based on certainty, which is often key, especially where reservations have been placed and in the application of customary international law. Ninth, the ratification of the protocol increases the likelihood of receiving technical support towards domestication, implementation, and reporting on the rights of women and girls as contained on the protocol. The last but not least is that ratification and domestication of the Maputo Protocol is also one of the political commitments made by our heads of state and governments under the Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa, which the AU Assembly reviews annually to assess the progress that countries are making to meet their commitments. With this, I'll just come to conclusion with just one key ask for us in here, more especially to our parliamentarians, so that you're able to help and advocate. You've heard the reasons, the 10 key reasons as to why this is important, and that will drive and prepare you that you are able to support the All for Maputo Protocol campaign that we're having. And the key ask is, there's a need for a strength advocacy drive for the ratification of the protocol, as well as really pleading to the 12 remaining African Union member states to sign, more especially the 3 that have not yet signed, and ratify the Maputo Protocol, as well as domesticating it. I thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
شكرا دكتورة تابي.
Voilà. J'entends pas. J'entends pas. Voilà.
شكرا جزيلا السيدة الرئيسة.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Special Rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa. The statement will address ratification, implementation of the Maputo Protocol. So, as we said this morning, the special mechanism of the Special Rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa is one of the oldest mechanisms of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. It was established in 1998 at the 23rd Ordinary Session of the Commission. The establishment of the special mechanism of this special mechanism has tremendously improved the promotion and protection of the rights of women on the African continent. The mechanism is guided in the execution of its mandate by the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Women, or Maputo Protocol, and also AU Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa, as well as the conventions and instruments relating to the rights of women and children ratified by African states. With regards to the Maputo Protocol, it was adopted by the African heads of states and government in Mozambique in July 2003. It's said to be the fastest African human rights instrument to come into force. The entry into force of the Maputo Protocol was marked by the culmination of years of lobbying for a document that promotes and protects the human rights of the continent's women by human rights advocates. The genesis of the protocol can be tracked back to a joint NGO African Commission initiative in 1995. The outcome of this initiative reinforced that the widespread ratification by African states of the International Bill of Rights of the Convention of the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, all of which seeks to protect women from gender-based discrimination, had not greatly improved the lives of women on the continent. It was against this background that the African Commission on Human and People's Rights agreed to setting up a working group to look into the matter of African women with the support of the African Union. The Commission was mandated to prepare a protocol on the rights of women in Africa, which eventually came to be known as the Maputo Protocol. Now, regarding efforts of the African Commission towards the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the Maputo Protocol, first, on the ratification, several initiatives have been adopted to promote the ratification of the Maputo Protocol. In 2004, the African heads of state adopted the AU Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa. in which they committed to ratify the Maputo Protocol to pave the way for the domestication and implementation alongside other national, regional, and international instruments on gender equality and women's empowerment. In 2020, the African Union Commission, led by the Women, Gender and Development Directorate, convened various stakeholders, including ministers, experts responsible for gender equality and women's affairs, the Pan-African Parliament, AU Special Rapporteurs on the Right of Women in Africa, civil society organizations, women's rights organizations, amongst others, to rally African Union members to deliver on the commitment on 2020 as the year of the universal ratification of the Maputo Protocol. This was conducted as part of the advocacy efforts for the universal ratification of the Maputo Protocol in line with the commitment made by the member states in 2009. In order to promote the Maputo Protocol, Maputo Protocol ratification, the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa conducts an effective and constant advocacy campaign through country missions and sending of note-verbals to diplomatic missions, as well as during the presentation of state periodic reports before the Commission, encouraging states to ratify this protocol. As part of its mandate to consider reports submitted by member states, the African Commission also prepares concluding observations pursuant to Article 82 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission. In executing its mandate, the Commission must specify, if necessary, the issues that require particular attention on the part of the state parties. In the Commission's concluding observation addressed to Egypt, for instance, during the 31st extraordinary session held in February 2020, the Commission urged Egypt to, and I quote, take steps for the ratification of the protocol through the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of women in Africa, end of quote. As said by Dr. Tapiwa, currently 43 out of the 55 member states have ratified the Maputo Protocol. With regard to domestication, as we know, domestication of regional treaties and conventions in most cases depend on the legal system of a particular country. A dualist legal system requires that international law and domestic law are treated separately and independently, while a monist legal system incorporates international law as part of the domestic law of a country. Despite the ratification of the Maputo Protocol by 43 out of the 55 member states of the African Union, there still remains a significant gap in the commitments made post-ratification and effective guarantees of the rights of women in Africa. There also remains an absence of harmonization of domestic laws due to lack of political will, amongst others. Many constitutions that have been adopted by EU member states have taken a gender-sensitive dimension that promotes and protects the rights of women. An example would be the Constitution of Kenya and Namibia, which have a monist legal system and thus have international law and as part of their laws. Other countries such as Benin, Burkina Faso, Rwanda, amongst others, have also taken measures to domesticate the Maputo Protocol. With regards to implementation, the African Commission, through its protection mission pursuant to Article 86 of its Rules of Procedures, has registered massive progress in the protection of women's rights, particularly with effective implementation of Maputo Protocol. As a result of this, several member states have adopted laws reflecting on gender equality, sexual and reproductive health and rights, protection of women against HIV, prohibition of female genital mutilation and child marriage, sexual and gender-based violence, etc. Many countries have also adopted and implemented national gender policies, national action plans for the promotion of the rights of women, etc. To assist member states in their reporting obligation and consequently implementation of the Maputo Protocol, the African Commission has recently adopted guidelines on shadow reporting with the aim of guiding member states on what exactly should be reported, and it also requires that the states report on the constitutional, legislative, administrative, judicial and other measures that have been taken to implement the rights guaranteed in the Maputo Protocol. To conclude, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I want to seize this opportunity to invite parliamentarians and all stakeholders present here today to contribute in promoting the ratification, domestication and the implementation of the Maputo Protocol. I therefore call on Pan-African Parliament to promote the ratification of the Maputo Protocol by joining voices with the Commission and calling on the remaining 12 states to ratify Maputo Protocol. Second, advocate for the domestication of the Maputo Protocol and implementation of the provisions of the Maputo Protocol. Third, invite state parties to respect their obligation to submit periodic reports and in particular on the implementation of the provision of Maputo Protocol provisions. And last, call on national human rights institutions, non-governmental organizations and civil society organizations to ensure the use of shadow guidelines on reporting on the Maputo Protocol adopted recently by the Commission. And I thank you.
أشكر دكتور تابيا.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Dr. Mohamed Jlaleddin. I would like to thank both, also Dr. Tapiwa Chiziniazulu, both from the African Union Commission. I would like to thank them very much in the name of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament's Women Caucus. I do very much thank them for their presence. Both presentations addressed very important issues, questions that have to do with the universal ratification of the Maputo Protocol. We, as women members of Parliament and also activists in civil society and human rights organizations, we do attribute huge importance to doing further sensitization in terms of the signature and implementation of the Maputo Protocol. Of course, we have a role to play in the implementation of this protocol, and Dr. Tapiwa spoke about this. She spoke about the organization, she spoke about the sending of missions to advocate for the ratification, certainly to send missions to countries that have not yet ratified the protocol. So, and we, as a caucus, for example, have been in Addis Ababa. We have discussed with the Women's Bureau. We also had discussions with many other departments. We spoke about many issues with the African Union Commission. And the fundamental question during all those talks were the ratification and signature of the Maputo Protocol. Us, or women, as members of Parliament and members of the Pan-African Parliament Women Caucus, we promised the Commission that we would do our utmost very soon to send missions of awareness missions, awareness-raising missions to all those countries where this protocol has not been signed. This protocol is extremely important. It has many positive points towards the promotion of women's rights, and in many countries, as we have said, there are countries which have ratified, but there are reserves. Unfortunately, they do express reserves. So this protocol still needs to be adopted by many of the member states. We have many customs, we have traditions, we have religion, and unfortunately this might lead to the rejection of the protocol. We would like all the member states to sign this protocol, even if they do add reserves. We would like to invite them to sign this protocol because there are extremely important articles concerning the promotion of women's rights. And all of us as women, we speak so that women's rights are promoted, and for that reason we need and have to ratify and sign this protocol, which is there to serve the rights of women. My country, Chad, is amongst the countries that has not yet ratified the protocol. The protocol arrived, in fact, at the Parliament long before I arrived, and the protocol, in fact, was rejected by the Parliament because certain articles are not in accordance with Sharia law and also with traditions and customs of Chad. And myself, as a woman member of Parliament, and also together with the President, with the Chair and the Vice Chair of the Parliament, we will do everything that we can do towards the ratification through discussions with other members of the Parliament. Right now, we are going to give the floor to those who would like to respond, but first of all, we're going to give the floor to our sister Mudi Kaskingo from Namibia. Is she in the room? Is she in the chamber? Is our member from Namibia in the chamber? Thank you very much. I'm then going to give the floor to Honorable Dr. Deski from the Central African Republic. Is she in the chamber? Is she in the chamber? You have the floor, Jan, from the Central African Republic.
اوكي على ما اعتقد هل انا لدي القائمة
Do I have the right list of speakers on this topic? And now I move to Honorable Janet Kabila from the Democratic Republic of Congo.
I'd like to thank our two presenters, Dr. Tapiwa and Dr. Mohammed. It's true we see the importance of the Maputo Protocol as they explained. And I know many countries which speak a lot about the declaration and the action plan of Beijing, more than the Maputo Protocol. Sometimes when we look at those two important documents, we see the relation between the two. I just have one simple question, and it's to the two presenters. Would you tell us what are the landmark cases or issues that can be cited as good practices or encouraging actions that have changed women and girls' life in Africa, in any specific country, with the adoption of the Maputo Protocol? I think if we have some good examples, best practices, it will encourage the other 12 countries to adopt. Thank you.
Shukran.
Thank you, Honorable Member Janet Kabila. And now I would like to invite Honorable Mashibela from South Africa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, the Maputo Protocol is a progressive guideline which ought to be ratified by all African countries. But I do, however, share the reservations some of the countries that are yet to ratify are concerned with. I particularly agree with the reservation South Africa has with Article 6D, which requires that marriage should be recorded in writing and registered in accordance with national laws in order to be legally recognized. Chair, if this were to happen in this country, and I believe elsewhere in the continent, it would render many customary marriages null and void. Many of our people living under customary law in rural areas never register their marriages, and this makes them susceptible to abuse, particularly during the time of the division of the estate when the husband dies. South African law, Chair, has made huge developments in this regard by making all these marriages legally recognized with or without getting registered. This protects millions of women against abuse. So, Chair, I think perhaps it is time we review some of the articles in the Maputo Protocol. Thank you, Chair.
شكرا والآن
I thank you, and I would like to invite Giselle Opperman from South Africa.
Chairperson, that was a previous session.
موجودة في الصالة.
Is the honourable member in the house? We would like now to invite Honourable Bingle Ma Janet from the Central African Republic. And now I would like to invite Professor Khadija Admantella from Chad. I thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I do not have any questions to ask to the presenters, whom I would like to thank very sincerely for their presentations. And as our chairperson has said, we will do our best in order for this protocol of Maputo be ratified in our country, Chad. Madam Chairperson, Honorable Amina Tijani Yaya, the delegation from Chad, is very honored for allowing us to attend this very important conference of the Pan-African Parliament on women's rights. We would like to thank the President of the Pan-African Parliament, for whom we would like to note in his speech when he said that the woman is the solution for a good governance. He said it all. We have a very important place and position. We'd like to thank also the city of Midrand for the warm welcome which has been extended to us. So what could we take from this meeting? We are here to speak about women's rights, and we have had the support of the African Union through adoption of gender parity. We also have benefited from the support of our brothers who are present here. And I do apologize. I'm a little bit lost in my notes. It's probably because of the emotion. We also have the Maputo Protocol, which is also contains a lot of provisions on women's rights, and our countries have also adopted important laws on women's rights. We are also our brothers who are here to support us and who would give us some secrets, such as the African man is scared from women's power. So let's not ignore this power. We have a proverb in Chad which says the following: you have the meat and the knife, so please help yourself. We have texts and laws, we have the intelligence and power, so let's help ourselves in order to move forward and achieve our rights. We have come with solutions and a strong resolution, and we will be well equipped in order to conduct our fight for the acquisition of our rights. We have had the support of our brothers. So isn't it what the women would like and what women want, God wants? So, dear sisters and brothers, before concluding my statement, I would like to refer to the quotation by William Circular. This is the message of perseverance. This message is the following: no, you were not misled. Perseverance without analysis is limited. The will without any effort is not effective, and you must continue. And when you've lost your breath, you must continue. So it is hard, but you have to accept it. End of quotation. End of quote. So, sisters and brothers, let's persevere in our struggle. Thank you for your kind attention. Shukran. Thank you. Obrigada. Thank you.
Shukran, Dr.
I thank you, Dr. Khadija Hamdan Tiram, the Vice President of the Transitional Government of Chad. Is there anybody who would like to take the floor? Any speaker who would like to take the floor? Yes, our sister there at the back. Could you please introduce yourself and take the floor? Greetings to you and to all the present here. I have asked the floor together with Sania Ahmed, and I have not been able to, I haven't been given the floor. I would like to speak because I think that I'm the only one here in this house, and my situation is quite different from yours. I have come from a country which is colonized by Morocco, occupied by, and I have here the traces of torture. And I have come also with a video which documents these violations and tortures which have perpetuated on me by the Moroccan colonizers. And this video is silent, and it will be coupled with my intervention. I have come very delighted, but in fact, I'm a little bit frustrated that this video film has been refused to be projected here. And I would like all my African friends and comrades to come to know about the reality of the Sahrawi women in Western Sahara. And while I'm talking to you with my friend Sinia, and we are now based and living in the liberated territories of the Western Sahara, and I'm still suffering from a blockade in my own country, and we must appreciate the situation of the Sahrawi women within their societies. And following the invasion of Morocco, of our territories, and following the extermination of our people on the 31st of October in 1975, Sahrawi women are suffering from different forms of violations which are perpetrated by the Moroccan colonial authorities, and it was in 2005 that we started our fight, and the Sahrawi women have also are also suffering from forced disappearance, and daughters or old women have not escaped from these violations, and we have suffered in Moroccan prisons and cells without any mercy. Today, just like yesterday, all Sahrawi women are still suffering from the violations that are condemned by international law through the banning of demonstrations which are organized for the demand for independence, and women are suffering from sexual harassment and also from persecution and spying on their telephones, and we have been deprived from enjoying the resources of our own country. And also there is a policy of impoverishment that is being imposed on us, and it is quite clear that women in the Sahrawi Republic are still fighting, just like our activist Khaya, who has been imprisoned for more than 1 hour and a half, and Sultana Khaya has been raped and has been tortured by the Moroccan authority. I would like to greet you and hail you, dear sisters, and would like to hail the Algerian sisters who have always stood with the Sahrawi women. As a reminder, the Arab Sahrawi Democratic Republic has ratified the Maputo Protocol and has deposited its instruments, and although these women are living under occupation and have suffered from rape and other violations by the state of Morocco, and I am one of those victims. In order to present this testimony, I'll call on all of you as comrades and friends from the same continent to express your solidarity with the Sahrawi women. Sahrawi women are peaceful, they are intellectuals, but they are oppressed within their own country by the Moroccan colonialist authority. Thank you. And now I would like to announce to you, to inform you about the presence amongst us, His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Chief Charumbira, and also the fourth Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable François Ambo. And I move now to give the opportunity to the Council remarks, and I will start with to the responses. Give the floor to Mohammed Jalaluddin. Very briefly, in fact, as concerns the continental ratification of the Maputo Protocol, I would like to inform you that there are two countries which have emitted positive signals on the ratification. We hope that these two countries will be the next signatories or the next country to ratify, and we would like to invite the Egyptian parliamentarians to promote this ratification ratification, and also in Niger, where ratification has been discussed as concerns the ratification of the Maputo Protocol. It was said that PAP would adopt a model law in order to support member states in terms of domestication. This is an excellent idea. We encourage PAP to pursue its efforts in this direction by expressing our wish that this project could transpose the rights in the protocol. It must transpose the rights that are included in the protocol independently from the legal systems. It would be good to have a text which includes or which enshrines the same rights contained in the protocol.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. I entered in the room a little bit late, but the subject matter being discussed is extremely critical, and I thought before a reply is made, if those of us, at least me who has come late, could be given 1 or 2 minutes to also make some, raise some issue. That's okay, if that's okay. I was just making a request to add my voice, to add my voice to the document which has been circulated. So I'm just making a request. Thank you.
I thank you. I do apologize that time is over for this session. You have the floor, Mr. President.
I'm in a very difficult situation. Very difficult and reluctant to say what I'm going to say. I think most MPs do not know that woman. They don't know that woman. She's a veteran of this parliament from Uganda, a veteran of this parliament, Pan-African Parliament. She was for a long time a leader in this parliament. She flew from Maputo from another conference on women issues, and she landed this afternoon. So I think I want to appeal to you. I know you are all tired and you want this to close, but just to appeal your kindness. Yeah, she won't talk for too long. I think just grant even 2 minutes. Her voice just contribute something. She think has come a long way.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, it is true that we didn't know her, and we are here with you in the Pan-African Parliament, and since the President has given us some insights about your personality, we can grant you 3 minutes. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Above all,
I would suggest that you stand up so that I can see you properly also.
Huh? Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to apologize sincerely for interrupting the meeting and particularly for coming late. As you can see, Chair, I was registered to attend the meeting, but unfortunately, because of my anxiety to catch up with what is going on in Pan-African Parliament, I was engaged with the President, so I came in a bit late. So I really beg to be forgiven for interrupting. I've just come from Maputo, Mozambique. We have been attending African, Caribbean, Pacific Parliament jointly with European Union. And I happen to have been fortunate to chair the Women Forum. So when I knew that the women are meeting here, I thought it would have been a good opportunity for me to plug in and see whether we can borrow anything new, or we can also share something which I gathered from the other parliaments. Chair, I have 3 issues to raise in the 2-3 minutes you have given me. First of all, we cannot proceed with the meeting without, first of all, as women, taking note and condemning what is happening to the Iranian women at the moment. As Women Forum, whatever is happening to fellow women anywhere in the world should affect us. So I think it is very, very important that we stand solidarity with women who are being abused, whose rights are being abused by virtue of either tribal, traditional, or religious norms. Secondly, Chair, I've heard you talk about Maputo Declaration and the Beijing Plan of Action. I have taken serious notes of what has been said, but what I want to say is that we should not only run for ratification. Ratification is not enough. We should ratify these protocols, take them back to our respective countries, and make sure they are domesticated. I believe that this is a forum of parliament, and when we attend meetings here, we go back to our respective parliaments. It is important that those ideas must be domesticated, and we make sure that they are implemented in our respective countries. Finally, Chair, you are aware that we are right now involved in so many conflicts in the African region. Until we involve women in the exercise of conflict management, we would have failed our own continent. I think it's very, very important that women are the most affected in conflict situation. They must be involved in conflict resolution and conflict management. That is very important. Secondly, Chair, the women must be involved and be at the forefront in the climate change drivers, as the agents of drivers, because climate change affects us more. When water dry out, we are the ones who look for water. When there is a flood, we are the ones whose houses are knocked down. So women must be at the forefront in driving the African effort for mitigation and adaptation strategy, which we are adopting now in the climate change strategy. I beg to submit. I'm sorry again for interruption.
I thank you very much for your statement, and now we move to Dr. Tabia for her conclusions.
Madam Chair, I think I will just respond to 2 of the issues that came about. More especially, I would like to acknowledge, I think recognize what the South African delegate mentioned with regards to maybe perhaps we need to review some of the articles. Indeed, that would be something very welcoming, but first of all, it would be very important and crucial that we first ratify, we reach that, universal ratification. And as I mentioned in my submission area, is that as much as we do not encourage ratification with reservations, but that's the beginning. So this is where we should be aiming. First, of course, we ratify, and most importantly, with what Mama has just said, that we take it forward to domesticating it and then implementing it. Another issue I think that came about was the fact that I think, are there any landmarks, actions that have been taken where we could highlight as to ensure that others could also replicate or learn from? And I think Dr. Mohammed, I think he mentioned a bit, part of it, of the good things that other member states have actually done through that. And I would just want to highlight maybe some of the issues with regards to, I'll give an example on, Malawi, with regards to prohibition of forced marriages and child marriage bills that came about because of the democratization part of it after the ratification. And it has helped. I think we've quite well known about some of the traditional leaders that have really entrenched in terms of terminating early child marriages, and it's all emanating from that part of the process that we need to. And this is the biggest challenge across the continent. As I remember yesterday, His Excellency the President mentioned about being troubled as a chief on issues of to do with early marriages in Zimbabwe, in his jurisdiction. So there are other provisions as well that speak to, for elderly women, women living and with disabilities, as well as with HIV, AIDS, and some of these that are explicitly expressed and issues tackled in the Maputo Protocol, which are not the same, in the CEDAW as we mentioned. So as I mentioned, this was an African-led process, and it's contextualized within, Africa with our own realities and issues. So we should be looking at from that particular point that, yes, we do have international instruments and the like, but this specifically also talks about the issues that we've been dealing. South Africa has already mentioned to do with, marriages, how they should be registered and the like. It's contextualized within that force. So let's move forward, but at least ratifying and then domesticating, even if it has to be with reservations, even though not encouraged per se, but that's a step, forward that we could also try to do so with those that are remaining, behind. Over to you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
شكرا. الخلاصة انه في بعض من المداخلات في الصالة انه موافق على اساس انه هذا البروتوكول له ميزات او بعض الميزات.
So this protocol empowers women. Yes. So the conclusion is that the majority here of the participants agree that this protocol and some articles of this protocol, there are articles which are very important and they encourage the empowerment of women, and some are asking whether there are any benefits in this protocol for countries which have ratified it. There is also another aspect where some participants are asking for amendments of some articles of this protocol. We as parliamentarians and also activists on women's rights, for me personally, changing the articles of the protocol would require a lot of effort. But I think that there are countries which can ratify this protocol with reservations. There are countries which have ratified this protocol and have expressed reservations. Among the 55 countries, that there are 43 countries which have ratified this protocol. We would like the remaining countries to ratify the protocol, even with reservations. And our role is to sensitize to that of sensitization and consulting countries which have not yet ratified the Maputo Protocol to do so. And we hope that working together we will be able call to bring countries to implement this protocol in order to empower African women. And in conclusion, I would like to thank Dr. Mohammed Jalaluddin and Dr. Tapia for their role with us and also for their good presentations, and would like to thank all the participants and move now to the last session, that is the closing of the 13th Conference on Women's Rights. I would like now to leave it to the team of the General Secretariat of the PAP. Thank you.
Excellence.
Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Fortune Charumbira, Honorable Chairperson of the Women's Caucus, we have now come to the end of our meeting, and we are beginning the closing ceremony. And it is left for me to say thank you to all the participants, for which we are going to begin this closing ceremony, subdivided in three parts. Presentation of recommendation and comment made across the board, and we'll ask you to make your comments in writing, and we'll integrate in the final version of the text. The second part is going to deal with a vote of thanks, starting with the first Vice Chair, Honorable Kamsie, who's on my left. And then we'll listen to the closing speech of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Parliament. We would then play the hymn of the African Union. So, Honorable Aminatou Jayaya, please.
À venir sur le banc.
المؤتمر الثالث عشر لحقوق المرأة
The 13th Conference on Women's Rights. Recommendations, preamble. We participants to the 13th Conference on Women's Rights, which was held by the Pan-African Parliament in its seat in Midrand, South Africa, between the 3rd to the 4th of November 2022, and which was and the conference was articulated on the topic empowering women and their integration in governance, while confirming that violence against women and girls is a violation of human rights and basic liberties, and has consequences on social and economic development. And while we do insist on the fact that violence against women and girls is represented through various forms, from corporal violence to psychological violence, mistreatment, and sexual violence and social violence, such as human trafficking and forced marriage to young girls, and also mutilation, and also violence in conflicts. And while we note with regret that the factors of violence and its consequences is due to relations that exist between men and women, which is strengthened by the gender discrimination and outdated customs which private women from enjoying their rights and depriving them also from their aspirations and contribution in society. And while we are aware about the gaps that exist between policies on women's rights and the reality of human rights in Africa, we would like to call on governments and parliamentarians to give priorities to set up national policies that call for more awareness against violence against women in their national strategies. Second, we call on parliamentarians to promote through campaigns in order to encourage change in mindsets as concerns the role of men and women, and to ban behaviors against women, and particularly through the spread of culture on gender parity in secondary schools and universities. 3, we commend countries which have ratified the Maputo Protocol and call on those who have not ratified the protocol to do so, and particularly the 12 member states in order to complete the ratification. 4, call on on members to encourage their governments to ratify the Maputo Protocol and domesticate it in local legislations, and call on all African women to mobilize in order to promote the Maputo Protocol wherever they are. 5, commend those member states that have adopted and implemented gender equality laws that provide for specific quotas for women, and encourage member states that have not yet adopted such laws to do so as a matter of urgency. 6, in order to influence decision-making on social, cultural, and traditional issues, call on women parliamentarians to ensure their states comply with laws relating to the strengthening of women's rights and parity at all levels of government and in political parties. Urge member states to ratify and we call on parliamentarian women to make sure that their member states guarantee the respect of women's rights at all levels of governments and political parties. We urge member states to ratify the AFCFTA and call on them to put in place programs to empower women to actively participate in free trade and opt for gender-sensitive policies to enhance inclusion. 8, encourage the Pan-African Parliament to adopt a model law to combat gender-based discrimination and to punish sexual harassment against women and girls. 9, call on parliamentarians to monitor the negotiations, implementation and impact of the AFCFTA with a particular focus on women's participation, and to create an enabling environment for investment in women and youth-led businesses to meet the standards, quality, and scale required to supply major players. 10, invite national parliaments to enhance and promote the active engagement and participation of women and youth in the policy making and implementation of the AFCFTA, and to develop interventions targeting informal cross-border trade with a view to protecting women's trade and encouraging their formalization. 11, invite states to relax the criteria for obtaining funding for income-generating activities for women and youth in order to fight poverty through the promotion of economic empowerment, the entrepreneurship, finance, and gender-responsive budgeting. Invite states to promote policies to support cooperatives that provide key employment and merge women's organizations, create and support accelerator centers for women initiatives. Encourage governments to intensify incentives for the inclusion of women and youth in cooperative activities and the informal economy in rural areas. Urge governments to initiate training programs for women and young entrepreneurs in the use of digital tools and allocate resources that encompass technology, new media platforms, social networks, and improve access to trade finance by developing financial instruments adapted to the business activities of women and youth. Urge the Pan-African Parliament through the Women's Caucus to develop appropriate mechanisms for the implementation of the resolutions and the recommendations done in Midrand on November the 4th, 2022. The participants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Through you, Mr. President and Madam President, allow me to, before giving my vote of thanks, allow me to recognize Mama Cecilia Ogwara, former member of Pan-African Parliament from Uganda once again. Stand up for recognition, Mama. We are proud of you. Thank you so much for coming. You mean a lot back home. Thank you. Allow me to recognize a mother of one of our presenters who was, I think she's called Margaret Corey. Mama, stand up for recognition. One of our presenters, if you recall, from German, the mother is here. Kindly stand up for recognition. Thank you so much for raising a wonderful daughter. We are proud of her. The Honorable President, Vice Presidents, members of the Bureau, Pan-African Parliament, Her Excellency Nosiviwe Mapesa, the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, the Deputy Speakers of National Assemblies, Honorable Chairpersons of PAP, Permanent Committees present, the Honorable Members of Parliament, Ms. Lydia Zigoma, Regional Director, East and Southern Region Office, the representative of Ms. Nados Bekeri, CEO and the African Union Development Agency, the representative of Maxime, Regional Director, UN Women East and Southern African Region Offices, representatives from United Nations Family, representatives from civil societies organization, invited guests, PAP Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Bureau, the Women's Caucus, and on my own behalf, I would like to thank His Excellency Honorable Chief Charumbira, our President. We are proud of you. And indeed, he really deserves a round of applause because we started with him and he's still here with us. We are proud of you. We can't take it for granted. Thank you so much for respecting women. I also wish to extend our sincere gratitude to our guest of honor, Her Excellency, the Speaker of National Assembly of South Africa, who has made her time. In her busy schedule, she came to Midland and honor our invitation and participants of the Conference on Women Rights. Having received excellent presentations from our distinguished guests, speakers, panelists, allow me on equal terms to thank their good presentations. We cannot take it for granted. And we've been having a busy schedule. You really created time, and I'm very sure majority of you've really learned a lot from their presentations. Thank you so much. As we all know, that women are more affected in Africa, I request whatever we have learned here, whatever we've heard, let us try to put it in practice when we go back home. I would also like to sincerely appreciate all our partners through the African Governance Architecture Support Projects, which is the continental institutional framework aimed at connecting, empowering, and building capacities in African peoples, in strengthening governance and consolidating democracy in Africa, who have made this conference possible for us. Members of Pan-African Parliament and the guests, we are appreciating you. Thank you so much for coming. Without you, this conference wasn't really going to be a successful one. We can't take it for granted once again. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence here today is indeed a statement to your determination to work towards promotion and protection of women and girls in Africa, women empowerment and inclusion in governance. Once again, I would like to state that we are very grateful, and especially to our speakers, and we thank you for being here with us in this conference. It has been a great pleasure having you here. I wish you well as you're going back to your countries. Thank you so much for coming. God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable. I would like now to invite our President of the Pan-African Parliament to deliver his closing speech.
Thank you, Madam Wawa, Director of Ceremonies. The room is very silent, but I can hear what you are saying. In that silence, you are very tired. So the silence is silence of tiredness. And I want to be very short. The President of the Women's Caucus, Honorable Amina Yahya, First Vice President, Caroline Kamusumbe, Second Vice President, Victoria, Honorable, and I don't see my friend, okay, the one from Cote d'Ivoire. I salute her in her absence. And I want to salute also Honorable Cecilia from Uganda for being present. Then we have our own Vice President, the Main Bureau. I see Honorable Lucia Passos, who has just walked in. She has been with you and with us since yesterday. Honorable Ango, our fourth Vice President. And I won't go through the whole list of other respectable people. Just to say you are tired. And I want to salute all of you for being in this room up to this hour. Some have left, but they are still in South Africa. So levels of commitment differ. So my closing remarks, I can't repeat what she said. She thanked, and I can't go back to the same points. But I want to thank the Speaker of South Africa Parliament for having come here and supported us. At least I'm picking those things. And the attendance, those people, I can see faces. These two here, these two seated here. That's Chad, eh? This is Cote d'Ivoire. I can see Burundi over there. I can see that's Gabon. I can see Eswatini. I can see Excellency Janet Kabila, Honorable here. I can't mention all of you, but I'll just give a few examples. And this side, Majodina, Honorable, I can go that far. Honorable Felix Mayo is here. I'm saying this because Chair President, Honorable Yahya, allow me to say MPs, Pan-African Parliament MPs, stand up. Stand up, MPs from Pan-African Parliament. MPs stand up. It's deliberate. MPs from right, even Sarawi over there, stand up. You know, I want to say this from my heart. being here up to this time, I know other MPs, they are in the hotel, some are in Senton, some are, right, it's true. But imagine if all of you had done the same thing. This thing would have by now collapsed, to be empty. And then this calls for something else, very serious. And for the Bureau, Madame Passos and Honorable Ango, you know, and I want to say this boldly, a leader, one of the role of a leader is to reward good performance. That's the role of a leader, to reward good performance and recognize those people who are committed to work. There will be opportunities for women conference, women meeting in the next 10 months. And I'll give you a problem here. Why would you pick a woman, an MP, who is not in this room now, who is shopping, to go to a conference somewhere and leave these people are here? That's very important. So, Madam Wawa, I want you to take note, male or female, of the names of people who are still here up to this hour. And you give me that list. Yes. Yes. Yes, so that when we have trips on women's issues, I'll give you problems. I'll be asking, why have you taken this one and left this one who was in that room that day up to 6 o'clock? Let us reward those that are committed in performance. Thank you very much. Take your seats. Take your seats. You are recognized. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just want to say PAP is committed, chair of the Women's Caucus, chair gender, chair, I see regional caucus chairpersons. Pan-African Parliament is committed to ensure the issue, to promote gender equality, and we will do that forever. Be assured that PAP is committed, and we will work with you. We will work with Pan-African Parliament. Wherever you are, just know that we are your #1 supporter and promoter, and that we will be working so that next time this conference should have more numbers, even more vibrant, and a bit more, even louder than we are today, because this is a cause that we cannot fail to support. The recommendations, we heard them. Those recommendations, again, Women's Caucus, a chairperson, Honorable Yaya, keep coming to the Bureau with those recommendations. We work together in implementing them. My speech has ended. You are tired. Thank you very much. I promise to work with you forever. Thank you.
Merci, Excellence Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before we conclude and before we hear the African Union anthem, I have one announcement to make, which is the gala dinner, which is going to be tonight at 1900. Buses are available from the hotels where all our participants are lodged to drive you to your gala dinner, and they will bring you back to your hotels at the end of the dinner. So we would like you to be ready by 6:30 to be able to take your buses and to be on time for the gala dinner. For those who are not in hotels around Midrand, unfortunately, we perhaps needed to have made a request to transport services, or perhaps you need to make a request to where you are staying to take you to the gala dinner. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And we could hear the anthem of the African Union now. Thank you.